for the biennial budget. We're looking forward to 3 weeks of this process. We got a little sidetracked yesterday afternoon. We were going to start, but the snow day hindered us. So if you were scheduled for yesterday afternoon, Tuesday, that's now happening this Thursday morning at 10 a.m. So welcome again. I'd like to have all of the AFA members that are on line right now raise their hands, and I'll call on you to begin introductions. Wonderful. Representative Fay.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Thank you. Representative Cloutier.
Good morning. I am Kristen Cloutier. I represent House District 60, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Corey.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Corey. I represent House District 25, which is part of Windham.
Representative Cardone.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, which is part of Bangor.
Representative Hymanson.
Hi, I'm Patty Hymanson. Pleasure to see Health and Human Services here today. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Arata.
Hello, my name is Amy Arata, and I represent District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
Thank you. And I think Representative Millett.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Soen Millett. I represent House District 71, which includes the citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you. And Chair Breen.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I appreciate you starting us off. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations.
And then we have Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
I'm not seeing any other AFA members, unless, is Senator Davis here? Yeah.
Madam Chair, Senator Davis has a bill to present at 10. He'll join us shortly.
Fair enough. So seeing no one else that's from AFA that we haven't introduced, I'll ask that the HHS committee members who've joined us today for the public hearing raise their hands. And if you, and we'll, maybe I'll turn to Senator Claxton to help introduce his group.
Good morning. We'll go around the virtual horseshoe and have people introduce themselves, starting with Representative Zager.
Good morning. My name is Sam Zager, represent District 41 in Portland. Really appreciate AFA having us.
Representative Lemelin.
Good morning. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88. It's Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Gadeske.
Representative Connor.
Good morning, AFA and HHS. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Let's see, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton. I represent Senate District 20, which are the folks in Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. Several of our members are presenting in other committees and will join us as they can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate you doing that. Again, I'm Representative Teresa Peirce. I'm the House Chair of AFA. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth. I'm delighted to be here today, but I also have a bill that has a work session at 10 a.m. So I will be turning this over to my good co-chair while I go off to do that. I'll see you hopefully sooner rather than later, but look forward to hearing the testimony and reading what I've missed. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative Peirce. Really appreciate that. And let me welcome all of our friends from Health and Human Services. I just want to remind you, in the event that Representative Peirce didn't, that we are live on YouTube and on Zoom. And so I'm going to ask that everybody keep themselves on mute unless they specifically have a question. It looks like Senator Claxton does. Senator Claxton.
I goofed and ignored Representative Stover. I didn't see her here, so she should have a chance to say hi.
Oh, please, Representative Stover.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including Boothbay Harbor, Southport Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol. Thank you.
Wonderful, welcome. So today is the beginning, a little bit delayed because of yesterday's winter weather. We are at the very top of our joint hearings on the governor's proposed biennial budget. And as these two committees know, Health and Human Services form a very significant portion of how we spend state resources, invest state resources. So we are going to be hearing first from the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as I imagine the DAS Commissioner to present. And we will primarily be in a listening mode. We will be taking some public testimony when we have finished today. Unfortunately, we don't have the fluency or the flexibility with Zoom to have public comments come in by section. So we're going to have to sort of tick through each section. But if there is in the natural break of the schedule today, I will stop and ask questions from the committee so that the committee can ask questions as we move through different sections. So today you'll see actually they are non-DHHS departments and agencies. So I misspoke, it's not actually the department, but it's Health and Human Services related entities in state government that will, or who work with state government that will be presenting today. And that will start shortly. We will end when we finish with that with some public testimony. And then we will reconvene at 1 o'clock to start our afternoon session. And that at that time, we will hear from hospitals, physicians, pharmacies, and transportation providers. So again, I just want to ask everybody to make sure that you're at mute, and I will take the liberty of muting you if I see that you're not on mute, just because I don't want anybody to be broadcasting things they don't mean to broadcast. So before we get going, are there any questions from any committee members, AFA or HHS? I'm not seeing any. If something comes up in the middle of things, please use your raise hand function and I will stop and acknowledge you if you're having a technical issue or something like that. If the raise hand thing is not working, you can also just turn off your mute and yell Madam Chair and we'll stop and take care of things. So I think that's all for now, and I will welcome, I see in her Hollywood Square, Commissioner Figueroa. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. All right, well, I will get started. Just going to click into my screen here. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Kirsten Figueroa, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I am here today to testify in support of the fiscal year 22-23 biennial budget bill, LD 221, specifically those items on today's agenda relating to the Department of Administrative and Financial Services and to the Executive Department. As Governor Mills has said, at a time when Maine people are hurting, when small businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, when the ranks of the unemployed have swelled, and when we are fighting a deadly virus all around us, we are proposing balanced budgets as required by the Constitution that continue efficiencies, good fiscal management, and curtailments to cover projected revenue shortfalls for all 3 fiscal years. They focus on combating the COVID-19 pandemic by continuing to rebuild the state's public health infrastructure and protecting essential healthcare, education, and life-saving services. They do not change Maine tax rates, and they maintain the Budget Stabilization Fund. With a future made unpredictable due to the ongoing pandemic, these budgets make good on the promise of government, which is to protect and support the well-being of our people and institutions. Under the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, MDDC, which can be found on page A24 of the budget document, contains a general fund appropriation of $160,155 each year and a federal expenditures fund allocation of $480,465 each year. The council is a public instrumentality of the state, and under the Federal Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, MDDC is required to ensure that individuals with developmental disabilities and their families participate in the design of and have access to needed community services, individualized supports, and other forms of assistance that promote self-determination, independence, productivity, integration, and inclusion in all facets of family and community life. There are no new initiatives in this program. In the Executive Department, the Ombudsman Program can be found on page A202 of the budget document. The program is an independent program within the Executive Department to assist people with resolving concerns and complaints regarding child welfare services provided by the Department of Health and Human Services. There is a $201,539 appropriation in each fiscal year and a federal expenditures allocation of $57,150 in each year. There are no new initiatives in this program. And this concludes my testimony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions? Commissioner, 1 second. Did you do the Hospice Council and the Early Childhood Advisory Council? Did you go over those?
No, I did not.
Okay. Were you planning to do those?
This section confused me a little bit. I have DAFs and I have Executive Department, and assumed that the others would be here. Maureen, I'm sorry. Yes, is that right? Okay.
Hi, Maureen.
Yeah. Yes, I believe there are people from some of those other entities that are here.
Okay.
To talk.
Great, thank you. So before we move on then to those, let's move on to those, and then we'll go back to the commissioner if we have questions about those sections. We have, I believe, Hospice Council, the Maine Hospice Council should be next. And I see Representative Fecto has joined us for appropriations. Nice to see you. Good morning, Ms. Powell. Your audio is not terrific, a little echoey.
Oh dear, is this better?
It's a little better, yeah. Go ahead.
My voice tends to be rather soft, so I'll try to speak as loud as I can.
Oh, it's better already. Thank you.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Senator Claxton, and Representative Meyer. It's a privilege, as always, for me to be before you and talk about the wonderful work our organization has done for the last 30 plus years. So today I would just like to update you. You have a busy morning, and I just would like to bring some attention to some of our programming that we have been working on diligently over the past year. During this time of COVID and the pandemic that we've been faced with, we are one of many organizations that have struggled with sustainability. But I've got to tell you, we have always been resourceful with all aspects of our organization. And I think in times like this, we see the value of being resourceful. And that is what really has sustained us over many, many, many years. Our overhead is low. We only have one FTE, full-time FTE, and one part-time FTE to do all of our programming. I think before you, you have my report and some attachments that we sent along with it for those of you who may not know about our work. But I would just like to highlight some of the ongoing programs that we are working on. I'm sure you'd be interested in all of them. And one of the things I would like to bring to your attention is that our grant work, which we have relied on heavily, especially lately, just because our traditional ways of raising money have been altered somewhat, as you have probably heard from many, many other people. The average life expectancy of a small nonprofit is 6 to 10 years. We have been in business for well over 30 years. And so I think we've done a good job of managing the funds that we have and stretching them as far as we can. One of the things that we take a great deal of pride in is outreach to underserved populations, which many foundations now are looking upon very, very favorably. We were doing it a long time ago as a key element of our mission, but I think it's raised to the level of attention from a lot more foundations. And this year, we have just been fortunate that the work we do has attracted the attention of a lot of foundations, and because we have had to rely heavily on grant writing this year, even though approximately 60% of our budget has relied on grant writing over the years. But this year especially, and we've been very fortunate because the work we do, the grants we write, have always and will continue to build on one another, which makes sense. And it started way back when I came to this position back in the early 90s. And it just was a very reasonable way to build this organization and for grants to build on one another. So right now, I'm sure you'll be reading the report, but I would like to highlight a grant that we're working on right now, which is we were invited by the National Pollst Organization in Oregon to partner with them to receive a very generous grant from the Hillman Foundation to provide greater access to Pollst utilization, advanced care planning, goals of care conversations in our highly rural areas of Maine. And that's very exciting. We've been working with the Jackman area to increase rural access in that region, but this gives them a whole dimension of excitement to work on. Believe it or not, they only have one nurse in that community, but that community is so resourceful. So that's a very generous grant. It is about $90,000 for us at a time when we certainly are grateful for that amount of money coming in to our office. So I wanted to highlight that with you. I also want to talk about another rural grant that we're working on behalf of the Palliative Care and Quality of Life Advisory Council. It's called a SURGE grant. It's an innovation grant, and we'll be working with the Maine Health Access Foundation on that one. And hopefully we'll be lucky enough to have our proposal accepted, but our letter of intent was accepted. So we've been invited to complete a full proposal. So those are two very ambitious grants that we'll be working on right now on behalf of some of the programming that we do. And again, you know, we are very frugal with our overhead and continue to manage all of this grant work with just 1.5 FTEs. So we're proud of that. I hope you folks are proud of that too. And I will say one more thing before I end my remarks, that we couldn't do what we do if we had not had a diverse revenue source over all these years. Again, that is how we've sustained our work. And also I'd like to give a shout out to the multidisciplinary board we have. Our board members are so supportive of our work, and even to the point where some of our grant work has been adopted by other countries. And I have been working as a visiting professor with Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland, on behalf of one of our programs. So all that said, I will end my remarks and be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Representative Millet, if you don't mind, I just want to get through the next section and then we'll open it up to various folks. Thank you so much. So now from the Maine Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council. Thank you, Ms. Powell. But please stay tuned to take some questions, okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Maureen, do we have somebody from the Maine Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council? Or should I ask that question of Mandy?
I am not sure. I get that one mixed up with the other children's one. Charlie Sultan sent testimony. I believe it was for that, and I'm not sure he's here.
Okay, let me just look and make sure that
yeah.
I don't see anybody.
We have Ms. Cronin from MDDC, I know is here, and the Disability Rights, Mr. Riley is here, but
okay,
I'm not sure about
that. And could the gentleman from Disability Rights come on for a moment? Hey, hi, Mr.
Hello.
Riley.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Were you planning to present this morning?
If you'll have me, yes.
Please. I'm glad. I just don't want to catch people off guard. All right, so let's hear from Disability Rights and their presentation. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Senators Breen and Claxton and Representatives Peirce and Meyer and members of both committees. My name's Atlee Riley. I'm an attorney at Disability Rights Maine, which is Maine's protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities. Sorry, you did catch me slightly off guard, so I'm just pulling up my testimony so I can refer to it. I did submit some testimony.
No problem. Take your time.
Let's see. There we go. You should have a 3-page letter and then also 4 pages attached to that. That's some case summaries of just work that we've done over the past 2 years. I'm not going to read any of the summaries to you, and I'm not going to read the entire letter, but I do want to highlight just a few things going through it. This appropriation of $126,045 is generally consistent with funding that has been appropriated to Disability Rights Maine to support educational advocacy since 2007. And we're very grateful for that. I just want to highlight some of the things that it allows us to do. Many of you know Disability Rights Maine in other contexts, and we have over 40 staff, 14 of whom are attorneys. We work under 21 different funding sources across 15 federal and state programs to ensure that Mainers with disabilities are protected from abuse, are able to control decisions that affect their lives, receive services and supports necessary to live independently, and have the opportunity to work and contribute, as well as equal access to the same opportunities afforded other Mainers. Specifically, what I want to talk to you about today is the work that we do in education. We have 2 attorneys that provide educational advocacy services statewide. There are no federal funds earmarked for educational advocacy. There's not a federal appropriation for protection and advocacy work focused on education. Hopefully in the future there will be, but there's not currently. Because of that, for a number of years, the state of Maine has, in recognition of the importance of this type of advocacy, supplemented our federal funding. This allows us to provide free legal services and support to students with disabilities and their families. We represent students in the kind of following priority areas: students who are being placed in unnecessarily restrictive settings, students who are excluded from school for behaviors that may be related to their disabilities, students who are victims of abuse and neglect in schools, which often those types of cases are overuse and abuse of seclusion and restraint. Looking at students who are not receiving education that's appropriate to prepare them for transition to post-secondary activities, including employment. Those are the main areas that we work in. In FY 2019, these 2 attorneys, myself and a colleague, Ben Jones, handled 239 individual cases, as well as 174 cases in FY 2020. The pandemic, which I'll talk about, caused intake to kind of drop in March a little bit as far as folks, but the demand is definitely for services has returned certainly to normal and is increasing. We also do a lot of non-case related work. We serve on different interest groups and commissions and work groups. We also do a lot of training for case managers, training for DHHS staff and case workers, also for parents. We had some exciting work with a lot of different partners over the last couple of years, helping to stand up a pro bono panel that will provide free legal services to students who are facing exclusions from school. So kind of getting the private bar trained and supported to provide some necessary free legal services. So a wide range of work. As you might imagine, since March 2020, we've been very much focused on supporting families navigating the very significant pandemic-related educational disruptions. For some students with disabilities, remote learning is just not a viable option. Other students really need significant support to access it. And the supports, as many of you know, both at home, in the community, and at schools have been difficult to come by. We've seen a lot of good things. We've seen some schools going to really great lengths trying to individualize responses, and other schools saying, being fairly rigid, and things just aren't working, certainly for some students with disabilities. The law hasn't changed either. And so we've been doing these trainings and in this context where the world has changed and the law has not. And there's certainly a thirst out there for information. We had the one silver lining certainly in this pandemic, and maybe you guys are noticing others in the way that we're now able to reach people, is we had a training for parents in collaboration with Maine Parent Federation that was viewed live by over 1,000 people, and then quickly thousands more viewed it. And so that's the kind of reach we would have never gotten before. I couldn't imagine training 1,000 people at once before this. So that's kind of where we shifted. And now we're shifting to trying to help students and families get reconnected and connected to school and try to address some of the learning losses that have occurred. I'm happy to answer any questions. It seems like the plan is to have folks wait, and I can certainly stick around as long as everybody else is presenting and answer your questions then. But just want to say that this funding is extremely important to the educational advocacy work that we do, and we remain appreciative of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. And we would ask that you stick around. We're going to do one more, we're going to hear from one more party, and then we will open it up to the committee for questions and then take some public testimony. So I believe Nancy Cronin is here to present from the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. Good morning, Ms. Cronin. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you very much for taking the time to letting me tell you a little bit about the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. So I am also not going to read my entire testimony. I have sent it to you, and we've also had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to the Maine Health and Human Services Committee. So I'm just going to give you a little bit about Maine Developmental Disability and a little bit of the highlights of what we do. So we are a federally funded organization that requires a state match, and that is what I am testifying for support for. We have been around for about 50 years now. We are funded primarily through the Developmental Disabilities Act and Assistance and Bill of Rights Act. There's a council in every state and territory in the nation, and our role is to ensure that people with developmental disabilities and their family has input in all the rules and all of the laws that affect them. So we do that in a number of ways. We promote systems change through providing seed money for potential grants. So for instance, one thing that we're doing is we have provided funding to a provider that has a special purpose program as well as a residential program to do a fidelity program through Cornell to see whether or not they can reduce restraint and seclusion. So if it works, then we will be able to share we will be able to share a program that actually reduces restraint and seclusion with the state so that they can assist and be able to hopefully spread it across the state. We provide seed money so that we can test things out before we ended up putting large amounts of state tax money and federal money without knowing it. We do advocacy for systems change in the same way. A couple things that we did this year that I want to highlight to you is we're really very interested in healthcare and health disparities of people with developmental disabilities. It's very clear to us that the data shows that people with developmental disabilities report having poorer health, shorter average life expectancy than the general population, less likely to receive preventative care, higher rates of hearing and vision impairments, and basically higher rates of poorly managed chronic care conditions. So for the last 20 years, we have been approaching this issue by going to doctors and teaching them about developmental disabilities. We've decided that that's just a terrible idea. It makes a whole lot more sense to go to doctors, and when they're learning about chronic care conditions, which will affect a large percentage of their population of people they care for, include people with DD. So when they're learning about diabetes, include people with developmental disabilities as an example, so that you're infusing people with developmental disabilities into the existing preparatory that doctors are doing. Makes a lot more sense. And we're working with Maine Primary Care Association and the federally qualified health hospitals in this state to do just that. And we're really proud of it. We're doing it through Project ECHO. We're about to present nationally about some of the work. We're the first state to kind of look at things differently and turn things on its head, as opposed to telling doctors or medical professionals about people with DD. We're talking about how to include people with DD when they're learning about other things, other chronic care conditions that affect people with DD as well as everybody else. Another thing that I'm super proud of is when COVID happened, it was very clear to us that some of the work around in-person training wasn't going to be able to happen. So we were very rapidly able to take our money and shift it. And in April to say, how do we ensure that people with developmental disabilities are able to adapt the same way everybody else is, specifically through Zoom. Everybody else really shifted on its head and started Zooming and meeting with families and doing telehealth. Well, we've known for a long time that people with DD don't have the same access to technology as everybody else. So we immediately bought 147 new iPads. And in a week time, we created an application to be able to get that, to be able to find people who had Wi-Fi, who wanted to learn, who wanted it. We worked with the University of Maine at Orono to make sure that individuals with developmental disabilities had technical support. And we sent one email out saying that we were doing this, just one. In 3 days, we had 450 requests for iPads from people who were 3-year-olds or families of children with 3-year-olds saying we need access and we're having trouble getting early intervention, to 70-year-olds saying I live in a group home and I want to be able to see my family and this is impossible. It was very clear to us that the need for technology and the gap in access to technology is very strong for people with developmental disabilities. And as we are all now, accessing community in very different ways, it's very important to the DD Council that we support people with developmental disabilities to be able to engage in the same way as I am with you at this very moment. The 147 iPads that we were able to give helped tremendously. We've done a number of 6-month check-ins. How are people doing? And lives literally changed. But the fact that 450 requests came in within days, and it really speaks to what the work has to be done in the future. And as we write our next 5-year state plan, that's going to be it. The federal government wants states to have a minority focus for at least one goal objective. And that was a toughie for Maine. It's like, well, what should ours be? Should it be refugees? Yes, that's wonderful. There's about 5,000 people, and that is important. Should it be poverty? Well, that's all over the place. It's almost not a minority. We chose technology because that is really where our access is making the difference between being able to work and be employed and access healthcare and access your education. So it's going to be one of the things that we do coming up. We are also looking at new waiver models that might be more efficient, cost less, and be more valuable. So we're looking at the self-directed delivery model, which is an alternative to the traditionally agency delivery model, which is what Maine has. Maine is only one of a handful of states that do not have an option for self-directed care. What this would be is individuals with developmental disability or their families would be able to say, you know, I need this much money and I just need a couple hours and I know the person down the street and they will be able to help me and that will allow me to get to work or whatever they might need, as opposed to this package of very expensive services that may not actually fit the need. It may be too much, it may be too little, but provide families an opportunity to get their individual what they need when they need it. We're looking for the right kind of service, the right amount of service, and the right cost, because as you also know, Maine spends quite a bit of money on these services, and that's important. Well, no, what's important is people get the services that they need. Ideally, we can do it without breaking the bank all the time. All right. And lastly, the last thing that I think I'm going to highlight is we ensure self-advocates have voice. So we are one of the primary funders for Speaking Up for Us, which is a group of adults with developmental disabilities across the state, in which they speak to us regularly about their lives, and we support them speaking their truths to you as well as other policy members. That's a little bit of what we do. How many people do we hire? Well, with our money, and you give us 25%, that's that 160,000. So we get all of maybe 650,000, 700,000 a year. What we end up doing is we're supporting 2 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff, and that's it. The rest of the money all goes to actually seeding innovative ideas and supporting people in the community. It's really important work. I love our job. my job. It's the best in the state. And I'm asking for the match, and I will stick around for questions. I have lots I could say, but you guys are really busy, so I'll stop now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cronin. I appreciate it. So I don't think we have anybody here from the Maine Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council, unless I'm wrong. If there is somebody here, would you mind raising your electronic hand? That would be very helpful. Okay, I don't see anybody. So what I would like to do is take questions from the committees to the various parties who presented. And I have written down the names of the folks who presented. So if you're not sure exactly who the individual is, feel free to just use the organization name. And then I will call on that person. I don't, however, we don't have Mr. Sultan here for the Maine Children's Trust. So we do have folks from Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, Disability Rights. We have the DAFS commissioner here for the Ombudsman program, and we have someone here from the Hospice Council. So I see Representative Craven, and Representative Millett will be next. So Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In full disclosure, I serve on the Hospice Council of Maine, and I know this is not a work session, but since that we're in appropriations, I just want to add my admiration to Candace's presentation and how they maximize any funding that they get with grant writing. And we can't even buy the compassion and generosity and the support for hospice and palliative care and services to veterans that they provide. And I just want to add my my wholehearted support for the program and for the work that they do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Millett, do you have a question?
Not a question, but I would also like to recognize and thank Candace Powell for her nearly 30 years of representing the Hospice Council before appropriations and Health and Human Services. She's been a regular participant in room 228 throughout almost all of that period of time. I've watched her defend the program and become creative when budgetary pressures forced level funding or even minor cuts with her grant writing and her other skills and her responsiveness. And she's been a real asset to the state. And I just want to thank her and make all of the committee members aware of the fact that she is a long-serving, very generous person who has gone above and beyond. Last summer, my family became dependent on hospice care for a key member, and I was impressed with the compassion, the responsiveness, and the generosity of those who came to serve. And I think a lot of that is due to Candace's leadership and commitment. So I just wanted to thank her publicly for all she's done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Millett. It looks like Senator Claxton has his hand up. If anybody else has a question, I would ask that you raise your electronic hand. That will help me keep a queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to recognize that Representatives Colleen Madigan and Kathy Javner have joined us, as has Senator Moore.
Terrific, thank you. And for members of the public, there is one way that this is similar to what we do in the building, in that committee members often have commitments outside of their committees. And so folks are coming and going with their own bills and that sort of thing. But rest assured, all the testimony we receive in today and anytime, we are very, very careful about reviewing. Senator Moore, was there something that you were hoping to add or ask, or no?
No, I'm
Okay.
just glad to be joining you all in person.
Thank you. It's nice to see you too. So I'm not seeing any other hands up to inquire anything about the folks that we have here today. You've heard a lot of really important programs that serve some of our most vulnerable communities. So on behalf of both committees, I want to thank everybody for coming today and for all the really, really vital work you do for our communities all over the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen, would you mind coming on, please? Our trusty analyst, thank you very much. It looks to me like we have finished with our morning session, but we have the public for now, correct?
No, yes, you're finished with your presenters from departments and agencies. I do not have the list, so I do not know who or if anybody has signed up from the public. But
okay, let me check here. I don't see any, but let me just check in with our clerk. Could our clerk come on for a moment, please? Good morning, Mandy.
Good morning.
I don't see anybody in line for public testimony. Do I have that accurate?
Yes, we do not have any.
Okay. So we might have some later this afternoon, but it seems to me, and I'm just checking with our analysts, that we have finished with this morning's business and that we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
that is correct as far as I can see.
Okay. And should we sign off and rejoin at 1?
I will leave that to the technical expert, Mandy.
Yes, that would probably be best. I'm going to put a message on that we are on break until 1.
Okay. All right. Any questions from any committee members before we adjourn for the morning? And any housekeeping questions, anything? Okay. Well, we will see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Interesting.
Network of resources, which are often purpose restricted, and it's a constant struggle with
Good afternoon, folks. I think it's about 1 o'clock. Nice to see you. We are on live and we are reconvening with the Appropriations Committee of the Maine Legislature, as well as the Health and Human Services Committee. And we are on day 1 of our public hearings for the biennial budget proposal. And I just want to give you a little bit of an update because of yesterday's snow day. I think committee members might know, but for the sake of the public, yesterday's afternoon session was canceled because of the weather. And we're going to move that to tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So other than that, I want to check in with my co-chair or with either of the chairs from HHS to see if there's anything else I'm missing before we restart. Representative Peirce?
I'm all set. I think you covered everything. Looking forward to the afternoon.
Senator Claxton?
Thank you for the opportunity, but I think we're all good. I did tell you that the people had joined, so.
Wonderful. Okay, so I have my schedule in front of us, and it looks like the first block we're going to be hearing from Health and Human Services with respect to hospitals, physicians, pharmacy, and transportation providers. And then after that, we'll have elder services and dually eligible members, folks who work in that arena. So looking for, there is Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann, hello there. Are you representing the department today? I see Mr. Wiley as well. Who would like to kick us off?
I'll be doing most of the talking. I'm joined by Jeff Wiley, the budget director, and Molly Bogart, the director of government affairs.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Benjamin Mann, the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 221, the Governor's biennial budget proposal for state fiscal years 22 and 2023. As Governor Mills said, at a time when Maine people are hurting, when small businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, when the ranks of the unemployed have swelled, and when we are fighting a deadly virus all around us, we are proposing balanced budgets as required by the Constitution that continue efficiencies, good fiscal management, and curtailments to cover projected revenue shortfalls for all 3 fiscal years. They focus on combating the COVID-19 pandemic by continuing to rebuild the state's public health infrastructure and protecting essential healthcare, education, and life-saving services. They do not change Maine tax rates, and they maintain the budget stabilization fund. With a future made unpredictable due to the ongoing pandemic, these budgets make good on the promise of government, which is to protect and support the well-being of our people and our institutions. More specifically on the DHHS budget in particular, Governor Mills's DHHS budget proposal for fiscal year 22-23 biennium continues policy efforts initiated at the outset of our administration, rebuilding critical parts of state government, such as services for Maine's most vulnerable residents and public health infrastructure, and strengthening healthcare to better serve and protect Maine families. Considering the acute and unprecedented demand on Maine's health and human services infrastructure, these investments continue to be timely, important, and responsible. Amid the difficult fiscal environment of the COVID-19 pandemic, this biennial budget balances targeted increases in necessary spending while reducing expenditures through efficiencies and maximizing federal funding, all while avoiding layoffs and preserving vital services. And we'll just dive into the initiatives now. So first, we'll begin on page A246 with medical care payments to providers. This program funds Medicaid services administered by the Office of Maine Care Services. The first initiative on page 246 reduces funding for savings achieved by establishing a reimbursement methodology that reimburses 340B providers at the approximate cost of 340B of physician-administered drugs.
Mr. Mann, I apologize for interrupting. Sorry. Are you sure it's 246, page 246, or is it page 264?
I'm sorry, 264.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course. Yep, 264, excuse me. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $2,061,775 in state fiscal year 2022 and $2,557,601 in state fiscal year 2023. Reduces allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $4,862,171 in state fiscal year 2022 and $4,866,329 in state fiscal year 2023, and reduces allocation in federal block grant all other by $24,697 in state fiscal year 2022 and $24,713 in state fiscal year 2023. The next initiative, also on 264, adjusts funding between the general fund and other special revenue funds within the main care pharmacy program to reflect the drug rebates received annually. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $9,790,000 in state fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and increases allocation in other special revenue funds all other by the same amount in those same years. The next initiative on page 265 reduces funding in medical care payments to providers program by developing a preferred drug list and prior authorization process for physician administered drugs where there are biosimilar equivalents eligible for rebates. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $601,000 in state fiscal year 2022 and by $599,768 in state fiscal year 2023. And reduces allocation of federal expenditures fund all other by $1,399,000 in state fiscal year 2022 and $1,400,232 in state fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 266 eliminates the pharmacy incentive payment to pharmacies serving main care members residing in rural areas, as the general dispensing fee was increased by over 300% in late 2018. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $351,864 in state fiscal year 2022 and $365,618 in state fiscal year 2023, and reduces allocation in federal expenditures all other by $623,370 in 2022 and $624,150 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 266 reduces main care prescription drug dispensing fee. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $1,728,009 in state fiscal year 22 and $1,724,178 in state fiscal year 23, and reduces allocation of federal expenditures fund all other by $3,061,373 in state fiscal year 2022 and $3,065,204 in state fiscal year 2023. Turning the page, on the next initiative on page 267 reduces funding to align the rate structures with the and fee schedule for purchased durable medical equipment with those used by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $202,090 in state fiscal year 2022 and by $201,654 in state fiscal year 2023. Reduces allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $388,262 state fiscal year 22 and $388,690 in fiscal year 23. Reduces allocation in federal block grant all other by $11,242 in state fiscal year 22 and $11,250 in state fiscal year 23. On that same page, the next initiative on the same page, 267, adjusts funding in medical care payments to providers program between general fund and other special revenue related to rebasing the hospital tax from fiscal year 2016 to 2018. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $11,818,376 in state fiscal year 2022 and 23, and increases allocation other special revenue funds all other by $11,818,376 in those same years. The next initiative on page A268 adjusts funding in order to claim enhanced expansion federal medical assistance percentage, FMAP, rates for weekly hospital prospective interim payments for treatment related to Medicaid expansion population. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $13,450,874 in state fiscal year 2022 and $13,409,614 in state fiscal year 23, and increases allocation in federal expenditures all other by $13,450,874 in state fiscal year 22 and $13,409,614 in state fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 268 increases supplemental payments to hospitals. This initiative increases general fund all other by $3,184,713 in state fiscal years 22 and 23, and increases allocation in the federal expenditures fund all other by $8,103,172 in state fiscal years 22 and 23. The next initiative on page 268 reduces funding in medical care payments to providers program due to a one-time anticipated reduction in main care benefits manual, chapter 2, section 113, non-emergency transportation broker payments for fiscal year 22. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $732,809 in state fiscal year 22 and reduces the allocation in the federal expenditures fund all other by $1,298,259 in that same fiscal year. The next initiative on page 269 adjusts funding in order to claim enhanced expansion FMAP rates for biennial hospital supplemental payments. This initiative reduces general fund all other by funding general fund all other funding by $7,223,063 in state fiscal years 22 and 23, and increases the allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $7,223,063 in state fiscal years 22 and 23. The next initiative on 270 provides funding for an increase in rates for federally qualified health centers as required by CMS. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $293,571 in state fiscal years 22 and $299,140 in state fiscal year 23, and increases allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $659,509 in state fiscal years 22 and $673,985 in state fiscal year 23, and increases allocation in the federal block grant all other by $30,892 in 22 and $31,563 in 23. The final initiative in this section is on page 270, and it provides funding for an increase in rates for rural health centers as required by federal CMS. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $73,544 in state fiscal year 22 and $74,869 in state fiscal year 23. Increases allocation in the federal expenditures fund all other by $156,663 in 22 and $159,968 in 23. And it finally increases allocation in federal block grant all other by $8,013 in 22 and $8,180 in state fiscal year 23. There's one language piece tied to this section. That language is not in Part A, but in the language section on page 35L, Part 00, this part updates the base year for the hospital tax, the initiative that I referred to earlier. The next section is elderly services and duly eligible members. The next program on page 247 is the long-term care Office of Aging.
Sorry, Mr. Mann, I have a question coming from the Senate Chair of HHS, Senator Claxton.
Hi, some of us are newer to this process than others who've been here for several cycles.
Yep.
And so I admire how well Mr. Mann knows his subject and topic, but if he could go a bit slower, that would make it easier for some of us to figure out the right page and the right initiative. Thank you.
Certainly.
Sorry
I
about that.
apologize for that.
Thank you.
Next program on 247 is the long-term care account, Office of Aging and Disability Services. This program pays for personal care, home health, and other needed services as an alternative to nursing home placement. Any remaining unallocated balances from the Independent Housing with Services program will be transferred into this account. This program has one initiative. This initiative is also on page 247 and reduces funding one time for mileage reimbursement by 15% due to a decrease in travel during the COVID-19 pandemic and based on prior year expenditures. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $375 in state fiscal year 2022, 2023. The next program on page 248 is low-cost drugs to Maine elderly. This program assists low-income elderly in obtaining prescription drugs. This program has three initiatives. The first initiative is on page 248 and eliminates the pharmacy incentive payment to pharmacies serving Maine Care members residing in rural areas, as the general dispensing fee was increased by over 300% in late 2018. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $365,618 in state fiscal year 22 and 23. Also on the same page, the next initiative reduces Maine Care prescription drug dispensing fee. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $16,459 in state fiscal years 22 and 23. The next initiative on page 248 increases funding in the medical care payment to providers program and decreases funding in the low-cost drugs to Maine's elderly program, mental health services community Medicaid program, and the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Medicaid SEED program to consolidate the 4 Medicaid assistance programs into one program as part of the consolidation of Maine Care related programs from 13 to 4. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $4,376,637 in 22 and 23. The next program on page 256, so we're skipping ahead 6 pages or so, is the Maine Prescription Plus drug program. This program makes prescription drugs more affordable for qualified Maine residents, thereby increasing the overall health of Maine residents, promoting healthy communities, and protecting the public health and welfare of Maine residents. This program has no initiatives. The next initiative is on page 264, is from the medical care payment to providers account. This program funds Medicaid services administered by the Offices of Maine Care Services. There are 4 initiatives in this section. The first initiative is on page 265 and transfers funding for a revision to Maine Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 2, Section 19, which allows enhanced federal Medicaid assistance percentage for community first choice option eligibility from the general fund to the federal expenditures fund within the same program. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $741,019 in state fiscal year 22 and $1,482,038 in state fiscal year 23, and increases the allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $741,019 in state fiscal year 22 and $1,482,038 in state fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 267 provides funding to increase private non-medical institution services rates by inflation per Maine Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 3, Section 97, Appendix C, the principles of reimbursement for medical and remedial service facilities. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $632,174 in state fiscal year 22 and $649,343 in state fiscal year 23, increases allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $1,519,005 in 22 and $1,566,848 in 23, and increases allocation in the OSR funds, all other, by $225,237.22 and $232,009 in state fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 270 increases funding for the cost of living adjustments in adult family care homes. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $89,884 in fiscal year 22 and $92,375 in state fiscal year 23, and increases allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $159,240 in state fiscal year 22 and $164,223 in state fiscal year 23. The final initiative in this account is on page 270 and provides funding to modify Maine Care Estate recovery rules to mandated federal to the mandatory federal requirement. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $416,870 in state fiscal year 22 and $415,946 in state fiscal year 23, and increases the allocation in the federal expenditures fund all other by $738,535 in 22 and $739,459 in fiscal year 23. Next program is on page 281, and it's the nursing facility account. This program provides funds for Medicaid payments to nursing facilities for the care of persons who are elderly, disabled, or with intellectual disabilities. This program also oversees funding for prescription drugs for those persons, as well as comprehensive dental care for individuals in intermediate care facilities and for individuals with intellectual disabilities. This program has 7 initiatives. The first initiative on page 281 reduces funding by no longer allowing nursing facilities to claim reimbursement from Maine Care for direct care costs for bed hold days, since no direct care is actually provided. The initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $273,414 in state fiscal year 22 and $272,686 in state fiscal year 23. Reduces allocation in federal expenditures fund all other by $581,003 in 22 and $581,731 in 23. And reduces allocation in OSR funds all other by $54,537 in fiscal years 22 and 23. The next initiative on 281 adjusts funding as a result of the increase in the FMAP for federal fiscal years 21, 22, and 23. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $544,132 in state fiscal year 22, $906,887 in state fiscal year 23, and increases allocation in the federal expenditures fund all other by $544,132 in 22 and $906,887 in 23. The third initiative in this section is on page 282 and provides funding in nursing facilities program for a cost of living increase in fiscal year 22, and cost of living increase and a rebasing in fiscal year 2023. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $4,019,723 in 22 and $6,897.20 in 23. Increases allocation other $541,911 in state fiscal year 2022 and $14,713,644 in state fiscal year 2023. It increases allocation in other special revenue, all other, by $801,806 in state fiscal year 22 and $1,379,404 in state fiscal year 2023. The next initiative on page 282 adjusts funding in the Medicaid dedicated tax account and the corresponding general fund accounts to bring baseline revenues in line with the December 2020 Revenue Forecasting Committee recommendations. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $988,368 in state fiscal year 22 and 23, and increases the OSR funds by the same amount in 22 and 23. The next initiative on 282, adjust funding to align with existing resources. This initiative increases the allocation of the federal expenditures fund all other by $30 million in 22 and 23. The next initiative on page 282 increases funding in nursing facilities program and decreases funding in the private non-medical institutions room and board program to consolidate the 2 residential programs into 1 program as part of the consolidation of main care related to related programs from 13 appropriations to 4 appropriations. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $17,383,689 in state fiscal year 22 and 23. The final initiative in the nursing facility account is on page 282 and increases funding in the nursing facility program and decreases funding in the residential treatment facilities assessment program, the Medicaid Services Development Services program, the developmental services waiver supports to consolidate 4 programs into 1 program as part of the consolidation of main care related programs and accounts. This initiative increases allocation in other special revenue funds by $2,027,000 in fiscal years 22 and 23. The next program is on page 287, is the Office of Aging and Disability Services Adult Protective Services. This program performs duties as required by that chapter, Adult Protective Services Act. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative is on page 287, reduces funding in the Office of Aging and Disability Services Adult Protective Services program due to the elimination of the bond requirement for a public guardian or public conservator under the Maine revised statutes, Title 18C, Section 5-710. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $14,000 in state fiscal year 22 and 23. The next initiative on page 287 reduces funding one time for employee mileage reimbursement by 15% due to a decrease in travel during COVID-19 pandemic and based on prior year expenditures. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $19,500 in 22 and 23. The next initiative on page 287 reallocates 1 human services caseworker position from 100% general fund in the Office of Aging and Disability Services Adult Protective Services program to 83% general fund in ODES APS program and 17% federal expenditures fund also in the Office of Main Care Services program and adjusts all other. This initiative reduces general fund personnel services funding by $18,700 in state fiscal year 22 and $18,850 in state fiscal year 23. The general fund all other by $1,049 in 22 and 23. The next program on page 289, skipping ahead one, is the Office of Aging and Disability Services Central Office. This program administers health and social services programs to assist elderly and disabled adults to remain independent in their communities. This program has 4 initiatives. The first initiative is on page 289, reduces funding one time for employee mileage reimbursement by 15% due to a decrease in travel during the COVID-19 pandemic and based on prior year expenditures. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $750 in 22 and 23. The next initiative also on 289 provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 office assistant 2 position to a social services program specialist 1 position. This initiative provides the general fund personal services funding of $19,591 in state fiscal year 22, and it provides $20,248 in state fiscal year 2023. The next initiative on page 289 also establishes 1 social services manager 1 position to serve as the nutrition services manager, focusing on nutrition-related programs under the Older Americans Act, and 1 social services program specialist 2 position to serve as the aging services program specialist, providing legal assistance developer services as required by the Older Americans Act. It also provides funding for related all other costs. This initiative increases allocation in federal expenditures fund personnel services by $193,665 in state fiscal year 22 and $202,847 in state fiscal year 23. And federal expenditures fund all other by $17,510 in state fiscal year 22, $17,728 in state fiscal year 2023. The final initiative in this section is on page B2, and it provides funding for the approved reclassification of one management analyst 2 position to a social services program specialist 2 position retroactive to May of 2016. This initiative increases allocation of federal expenditures fund personal services by $46,068 in 22 and $7,883 in state fiscal year 23. And federal expenditures fund all other of $1,060 in fiscal year 22 and $181 in state fiscal year 2023. The next program on page 304 is the PNMI room and board account. This program maintains boarding home payment structure that reflects the needs of patients and reimburses homes based on the cost of efficient and economically run facilities. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative is on page 304 and provides funding to increase private non-medical institution services rates by inflation per Main Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 3, Section 97, Appendix C, Principles of Reimbursement for Medical and Remedial Services Facilities. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $1,377,531 in state fiscal year 22 and $1,418,609 in state fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 304 increases funding in the nursing facilities program and decreases funding in the private non-medical institutions room and board program to consolidate 2 residential programs into 1 program as part of the consolidation of main care related programs from 13 accounts to 4. This initiative reduces general fund all other funding by $17,383,689 in state fiscal years 22 and 23. Final initiative in this section is on page 304 and increases funding for cost of living adjustments for adult family care homes. This initiative increases general fund all other funding by $33,330 in state fiscal year 22, $34,330 in state fiscal year 23. There's also one language piece associated with this section. You can find that on page 33L, Part LL. This part updates the United States Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index to be used for cost of living adjustments from the Medical Care Services Index to the Nursing Facility and Adult Daycare Services Index. That's all the initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to present the governor's proposed budget, or at least part of it, for state fiscal year 22 and 23 on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. And that was a lot of material. So it probably generated a few questions. I'm going to take the liberty of asking one first because you've mentioned it several times. You're either you have or you're proposing to consolidate 13 programs into 4. If you could get to us a 1-pager that explains what those programs, how they were arranged in 13 and how you're proposing to consolidate them into 4. That would be great, for the work session.
Certainly. We have a crosswalk that maps the current structure to the proposed structure, and we can talk about why we're proposing that as well.
Great, thank you. So we have 4 people in the queue, and I just want to remind folks that if the department doesn't have exactly what you want today, our analysts are tracking this and will get us that information at a later date. So Representative Craven, and then Hymanson, then Perry, then Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question about the consolidation as well, so thank you for asking that. But I have a question on page 271 regarding the Fund for a Healthy Maine. Is that a new initiative, or have we been using that money there all the time? Is this new this year?
There's I have not Are you talking about the general appropriation that goes into the baseline for main care on 271 to 31 million?
Right.
That's a long-standing. There's been a there's no new fund for Healthy Maine going into main care this year. Those that has been provided in prior years, which is, you can see it in 20 and then also in the current fiscal year. And we're just carrying that through to fund the appropriate claim services.
Okay, thanks.
It's actually, we're actually removing a little bit from it in the biennial.
Thank you. Representative Hymanson.
Thank you. Thank you for lots of stuff here. And one of the challenges of this is it's such a complicated time in history, moving in and out. And so my interest has been about the FMAP. When we move money in to support something and we move money out, what happens to the money that we're moving out? So FMAP money comes in to support something, and then that displaces some money. And how is that accounted for, the money that's displaced by the FMAP? So I think I'd like to know more about the FMAP funding. And I've spent some time with Luke. I think I need to spend a little more time with him too, to understand this, but I really want to understand it. So I'm putting that out there to you too, to help me to understand that. So that's a longer term tutorial for me. But I also have a question about the first initiative on page A264 about the 340B administered drugs. You said you have here that it established a new reimbursement methodology. So what allowed you to change the methodology? Why has that been changed?
Sure. The reason why we're proposing this is that it is a CMS requirement. Maine is one of the final states across the country to align what the cost of drugs, what 340B eligible participants are able to pay for manufacturers at a discount rate, and aligning that to what we reimburse them for. There's a margin there, and we are working with CMS and providers that are affected by this to develop a more comprehensive methodology so it reflects the actual costs that are paid.
So the methodology now is the cost plus the infusion, or the cost to give the patient in whatever format the drug is given?
There isn't a hard and fast methodology right now. However, the intention of this initiative is to reimburse that, to make it a stronger connection between what the cost of is for these drugs and what is reimbursed from main care.
Okay. The third initiative, this is my last one, about the preferred drug list for biosimilars. I think that was a law is that because of the law? I think it was Representative Perry's bill that came in.
This is, there's no law or statutory requirement for this. This was, when we were assembling the budget, this one just made common sense there to swap out more expensive brand name drugs with biosimilar similar ones, and this would so there shouldn't be any real effect for this. And this isn't, there was some we've talked to Maine Hospital Association about this as well. They were concerned if this was going to affect inpatient drugs, and it will not. It's just for outpatient drugs.
Thank you. More to come, but we have time to do this late at another
time. To your first question, if you just want a quick overview on FMAP, FMAPs are determined on across the country based on the average per capita income relative across states. So when that drops, which is what happened here in fiscal year 2021, the federal FMAP, what the federal government supports on it increases. So, and then our general fund amount decreases. So what we are essentially giving back that general fund amount that we will no longer need, and we're just charging, or the feds are picking up a higher proportion of those claims that get billed at regular FMAP. You'll see, just to orient you to some of the testimony I gave today and more tomorrow, there's a few different dynamics going on with that. There's the regular FMAP. FMAP changes every year, so we align general fund, whether it goes up or down. It's a net neutral. The cost of the claims are the same. It's just the proportion that is split between the state and the federal arrangement is what changes. And like I said, the federal side is going up, so we have a savings on the general fund side, and when that initiative would give back that amount of money to the unallocated balance. There's that regular FMAP that happens every year. There's also enhanced FMAP. So when we expanded and we had main care expansion, there's higher FMAP rates built into that. The state is able to avail themselves of a 90% FMAP rate, and as opposed to what's right around 64%, which is what the feds usually pick up. That 90% allows us to develop enhanced FMAP rates, which also gives back money to the general fund, which is what we're doing in several of the initiatives here. I talked about the prospective interim payments for critical access hospitals, as well as supplemental payments for hospitals overall.
I think we might have that, but can we have an accounting of that money that's displaced, the unallocated money that's displaced from the FMAP?
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Green, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Next, I have Representative Perry, and then Representative Cloutier, and then Senator Bailey.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the consolidation of the long-term care facilities work, as well as the pharmacy benefits in Medicaid and main care. Do these savings reflect savings as a result of changing just more efficient administration? Or are these savings also affect how the programs work and what the benefits look like?
Thanks for that question, Representative. The consolidation account proposal, which is, we have a proposal for the general fund accounts as well as the other special revenue accounts, will not have any impact on the delivery of services. The savings that we offered up, it was $3 million across those accounts, stem from our ability to more closely manage to what we need to across the accounts. Instead of spreading, keeping balances in 13 different appropriations, we, under this proposal, we would consolidate that and simplify it into 4 accounts. And as such, we would be able to reserve less funds to make sure that we don't have cycle crashes or other detrimental impacts to, I won't have to come before this committee and ask for supplemental appropriations if we ever ran into that account, into that issue on a particular account. There would be, because there would be fewer accounts and more services delivered out of each account, but there would be no impact for the on providers or the delivery of those services.
Thank you.
I would also note that we would, the proposal aligns it to the federal side. The federal accounts have far fewer accounts than the state accounts. So it would also simplified in terms of tracking purposes, and it would be a cleaner alignment between the state accounts, the tax account, and then the federal account as well.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I may be reaching out similar to Representative Hymanson for a real sort of basic tutorial on a lot of these things, because I feel like a very lay person on a lot of these topics. On page A266, we talk about the pharmacy incentive payment, and I'm just wondering if you could give a real brief overview of that.
Certainly, and I'm happy to share what I know with, for primers or anything. I apologize for reading so quickly after you mentioned that, Senator Claxton. I realized I was reading rather quickly, so sorry about that. But for the pharmacy incentive payment, again, there's
not necessarily the initiative itself, but kind of like back it up a little bit more than that and tell me what that actually is.
Sure. So for retail pharmacies that dispense drugs, there's a dispensing fee that they are paid through the Main Care insurance program. That's for, the pharmacist and actually packaging up the drug and delivering it to the patient or the customer. So the original dispensing fee was rather low. It was $3.30. That changed in 2018 to $11.89, I believe. And prior to 2018, that fee was at that level. There was we put in place a rural dispensing add-on fee. So essentially, rural providers had a 55-cent per drug dispensing fee add-on to that $3.30. Since that rural incentive fee still remains, even though the dispensing fee increased by 3x or so. So we are proposing to eliminate the rural dispensing fee add-on, and then we're also marginally reducing the overall dispensing fee to from $11.89 to $10.59. So just around a little less than 10%.
Great, thank you.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mann, I don't know if you've seen the testimony from AARP, but they talk about concern about expanding Medicaid estate recovery to going after 55 to 64-year-olds who sign up for healthcare. And so I have two questions. One is that initiative what we're seeing at the bottom of A270? And if it's not, then do you know where that is located?
Thanks for that question. That initiative on A270 actually has the exact opposite intent. We right now we are required to recover more than the federal minimum for a state recovery if the member owes money back to the state. So this initiative actually provides general funds to replace those recoveries that Main Care would go after if there was debts owed to them, and reduces it to the federal minimum. So we are removing any disincentive for members to come onto Main Care because they might have concerns around the state recovery after the fact. So this is something that we would like to do. We proposed it in the supplemental last year as well, and I think events conspired to having a shorter session than we would have liked, but we are reproposing it here in the biennial again.
All right, thank you.
Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm one of those people who needs to see the forest before they can really understand the trees or get into the trees. So I could use some help with some of the roll-ups. I think Representative Hymanson mentioned the FMAP roll-up. I'd love to see how that's parsed. And I also would like to see what the impact is to the various sections that are mentioned as we go through the budget, like 21, 29, 19, 97 C and D. I want to understand what the impact to those kinds of those are. And I'd love to understand better the consolidation of 4 to 1 and 13 to 4 over time. So thank you.
Certainly, we can provide that. Just because you mentioned the sections 21 and 29, the waiver services for developmentally disabled adults. I believe that is the largest single initiative that we're proposing. We're proposing a rate increase of 9 million and change or so, general fund only, starting in the biennial. But we can get to more information on that as well.
Representative Millett, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Deputy Commissioner Mann, I think most of us found this overwhelming in terms of your ability to speed read pages in front of us without a whole lot of rationale and context. And I'm hoping that the questions you're hearing from us now are not designed to displace or to disagree with what you're doing, but more to get an understanding of the why that underlies the changes. So I have 4 different areas that I thought I would just raise, hoping that in the work session you could respond to them. They're pretty much of a cross-cutting type. The first one is to utilize the crosswalk approach to identifying those few instances where there were offsetting initiatives, where increase in one initiative is matched by a decrease in another, just so we could see them and be able to deal with them in our work sessions. The second one was to see on the rate changes that Senator Claxton just referenced, how much of the changes, or specifically where are the changes made in context to or in follow-up to the money we provided back on March 17th as a support funding for rate changes, and maybe just putting that in context, just identifying the extent of the study, the areas where rates are proposed for increase, and the dollar amount that underlies those requests. The third is to get a handle on, since we're still dealing with the supplemental and haven't yet gone through the report back, how many initiatives are contained within what you have spoken to today that were also included in the supplemental. In other words, I noted a few, for example, the bed hold days and a few others that seem to be similar to what was proposed in the supplemental. And I guess my last question, well, next to last, both Senator Claxton and Representative Hymanson referenced the FMAP changes for the upcoming biennium. Would you give us the specific percentage that will go into effect, I assume, on October 1 of this coming fall, in relation to where we were before the 6.2% expansion and utilizing the base that occurred or existed last October 1, just so we get a handle on it? I know staff usually does that, and it would be helpful to see the, as you said, the per capita income changes, whether we're trending in a direction that is beneficial to Maine or the opposite. And finally, just as a question, I seem to remember some comments in the last session about CMS challenging our use of the PNMI model. And since there are several initiatives that utilize it, I just want to know if we are clean and outside or above any challenge by CMS to the concept of the PNMI model. I'll stop there and just say I'm not trying to be questioning of your proposal. I'm just overwhelmed by the speed with which you read. And I'm sure we're going to get the same kind of presentation tomorrow. We got new members on both committees. I'm sure they're as overwhelmed as I am. So I'm just trying to be constructive. Thank you.
Certainly. I mean, I apologize if I read too quickly. My understanding is we just get through the budget of how it is written, and then I'm happy to answer questions and dive into more detail on particular topics or areas. And then also we can do that in the work sessions, obviously. Just to answer a couple of your questions, if you want off the top, I'm happy to go through FMAP, and I know FMAP can be confusing, and there's different types of FMAP changes that are happening. There's, like I mentioned, that there's the regular FMAP. FMAP changes every single year, and so that is happening since the start of the pandemic. Since the declared public health emergency, the federal government increased FMAP for all states by 6.2 percentage points. So that has been, whatever our FMAP was before, if it was 36% state, 64% federal government, we just add 6.2% on the federal side, bring it up to 70% or so, and decrease the state share down to 30% or so, which generates general fund savings. Potentially, I say potentially because that FMAP bump is intended to protect healthcare coverage during a public health emergency. We are prohibited from closing out or terminating anyone off of main care services during the declared public health emergency. And so enrollment grows. Enrollment's up 14% or so. In February of 2020, we were at right around 300,000 people, and we're at 340,000 now. Same thing is happening on expansion. So that FMAP bump is primarily intended to, protect against enrollment, the cost of enrollment gains, whether it's the maintenance of effort, which is that requirement to keep people coverage during a health emergency, but also Medicaid rolls across the country typically increase when there's a downturn. We're a counter-cyclical economic cycle here, obviously, as people lose their jobs or otherwise have economic impacts and may come onto the roles of main care. So there's that. That's sort of just a quick couple thoughts on the 6.2% FMAP. And I mentioned the enhanced FMAP on not all FMAPs are the same percentage. There's higher FMAP rates. Some of them are 90-10 split. The federal government picks up 90% of the costs for certain programs like expansion, which is why we're able to reallocate funds across that and generate general fund savings. But we can summarize all of that. So I realize the budget is dispersed across the counts, but we can consolidate that so that we can have a more comprehensive and thorough discussion on those particular topics in one place. Your final point, since you brought it up, on the PNMI service provider tax disagreement we've been having with CMS, I will mention that we issued a report to this committee and the tax committee last March about alternatives, and there was some we put that in the biennial budget in 2021, but on December 28th of just before New Year's this year, about a month and a half ago, we did receive a deferral from CMS related to the service provider tax for the PNMIs. That was $4.2 million for the quarter ending September 30th. So if you annualize that, that's about a $17 million annual cost to the state. And we continue to disagree with CMS. We think the service provider tax is an allowable, permissible source of state revenue to fund Medicaid. But we are working with the Attorney General's shop and working with CMS on working through those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Senator Breen, I think you're on mute again.
Thank you. I just want to apprise folks on the AFA committee that during our first few weeks together where we were holding briefings, we were hoping to have HHS come and brief us on the rate study. They weren't quite ready to do that, and I understand at some point they'll be briefing the HHS committee, but I think that it would do us all some good to get a briefing of how that's going to roll out. So we will work on that as chairs of the committee. So I see Representative Martin and then Representatives Fay, Meyer, and Cardone in the queue. Representative Martin, you're on mute. You need to take off your mute button. Nope, not yet. Still can't hear you. You're still muted.
Okay, I should be on.
There you go. Thank you.
Go back to A270, which is the federal. I'm assuming that what you're recommending is what we almost, what we did and before we adjourned, but it never made law. And that's the people who get main care at home. That would not be recoverable. The recoverable portion would be nursing home, etc. Is that correct?
That's generally accurate, yes.
Okay, the second question be, I wonder if you'd have time, or someone might in the office, make a listing of all the general funds in the budget that are being supplanted by the FMAP. Not necessarily where you're recommending it goes, but the amount of money that main care, that the FMAP is replacing general fund money, and how much. Thank you.
Yep, so part of we could put together a summary of the various types of FMAP changes that are occurring and the dollar value of that and the dollar value that the feds are now covering for main care claims instead of state general fund.
And right, and necessarily where you're going to now replace what you're going to do with the general fund, but we know that general fund money is going to be somewhere.
A table with that would be great.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to figure out what is the most efficient way to ask the questions that I have, and I think I'll start with the cost of living increase for nursing facilities, which is A282. And I think I'd like to understand a little bit more about what that means, who the cost of living is for. Is that a cost of living increase for the residents, or is that a cost of living increase for the facilities? And then is there a corollary cost of living increase for home and community-based services or any sort of rate increase included? We went through so fast, it was really hard for me to see specifically around sections 19 and 63. I know that there's a significant wait list for the homemaker program, and so was curious how that was treated here.
Sure, thanks for that. The cost of living increases for the nursing facilities, those go to the facilities themselves. We don't pay nursing residents. For state fiscal year 2020 main care, the department paid nursing facilities about $349 million all funds. That's made up of a portion of general fund, federal funds, and then the taxes that are paid in. But these rate increases, you can think about changes to the rates for nursing facilities in two ways. In even years, we typically provide a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, to the facilities based on published BLS CPI guidance, Consumer Price Index guidance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we try to, some of us don't know all the acronyms, so if you can, I don't know what BLS is, I'm sorry.
Bureau of Labor Statistics,
Okay.
Consumer Price Index.
Thank you.
So that's a published rate, and we and that's the $4 million that you see there for general fund. That's just the general fund portion. There's the federal funds of another $8.5 million federal funds. So there, overall, that cost of living increase will increase nursing facility reimbursement payments by $13 million or so in fiscal 22. And in the odd years, we do another inflation adjustment, and then we rebase. And what nursing facility rebasing is, it's a little complicated, but we take a look at total costs from a prior fiscal year that nursing facilities had, and then we factor those in to the rebase year, so that we will basically capture costs that were either not reimbursed because they are capped, or but a rebasing will increase nursing facility reimbursement significantly, usually far more than the cost of living adjustment, which is what's happening here as well. So those are the two changes to the nursing facility rates. I'll mention that LD 925, which passed in 2018, made that rebasing a biannual every 2 years. Prior to that, the department proposed rebasing, but it is now per that law, it happens every 2 years. So the Section 19 you asked about, there was an increase in that program in the supplemental budget that passed last year. And there's another one in the biennial, but we don't have a corresponding increase to 63 included here.
Okay. And
also in LD 925, there were increases in section 21 and 22 in that bill as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, Representative Fay, go ahead.
That's okay. No, I was just, but was there I guess you answered my question in a way, because there was you didn't mention that there was a cost of living increase that's a corollary for home and community-based services, but just for nursing facilities.
That's right. The COLA for multiple, and I misspoke. There's no rating. The rate increases that are included in the biennial budget are 21 and 29. Those rate increases, Jeff can check me. I believe they're around $40 million annually, all funds, but it might be 30. The cost of living adjustments are, we have cost of living adjustments included for FQHCs, the federally qualified health centers, the rural health clinics, adult family care homes, nursing facilities, PNMICs. Those are all more residential-based services, bricks and mortar, if you will. There is that sizable rate increase due to minimum wage requirements and alignment with the community supports that were put in place for during the supplemental initiative last year, that are now carried through for 21 and 29, as opposed to mostly on 18 and 19 and 20 last year.
Okay, so I guess I just want to get clear in my head that we don't do any kind of automatic cost of living increase for home and community-based services, but mostly for different residential settings. Is that fair?
I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
So I have next up Representative Meyer and then Representative Cardone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mann, for being here today. On page 249, there's a reduction in funding of $5 million a year for the statewide tobacco prevention and treatment programs compared to the level of funding in the current year. So that would reflect a 36% cut in funding to that program. So what I'd like to know is what the $5 million per year in FY 2021, what were the efforts of the tobacco control and prevention and treatment program, so that I could better understand what they may no longer have funding for to continue.
We can certainly get that information for you. That wasn't part of my testimony today. I think we're covering that tomorrow morning, although we would have covered it yesterday. And that is, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it right now. If I'm Fund for Healthy Maine.
Yes.
So Fund for Healthy Maine has constraints on it because there's separately allocated and appropriated dollars that fund that, and we have there's going to be more constraints on FHM dollars, Fund for Healthy Maine dollars, going forward into the future, since we have those sources are not being replenished at the same rate as they are being spent. So irrespective of that dynamic going on, so we're going to have to make choices around Fund for Healthy Maine in the future. This is more of a DAF's issue, but DHHS is a large user of those Fund for Healthy Maine dollars naturally. Without a doubt, the funding is coming out, but those funds were appropriated by the legislature in the first place on a one-time basis. So they were appropriated in the last biennial, and there isn't sufficient funds. We have to make choices in Fund for Healthy Maine because the sources don't align to the ongoing uses that we intend to use it for. But we will certainly, I can get you a better insight into the use of those $5 million in fiscal 20 and fiscal 21.
Thank you.
And Representative Meyer, I just wanted to let you know that OFPR, the office that staffs appropriations, also has a long set of charts and so on Fund for Healthy Maine that would give you some longevity of how the fund has been used and grown or dropped, so we can get that to you as well. Representative Cardone. Representative Cardone, are you ready?
Representative
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Sorry, Representative Cardone.
And I mean this as...
I think she's frozen.
So Representative Cardone, could you hold on a minute? I'm going to ask some of our fellow members to just turn off their videos and see if that helps with Representative Cardone's. I have no scientific reason to think that, but just anecdotally to see if that will help Representative Cardone's audio and video come through any better. So Representative Cardone, would you mind starting again? I cannot hear you at all. Representative Cardone, I still cannot hear you.
I'm not sure she's still here.
Oh, maybe that's
think
why I can't hear her.
She was having internet issues earlier today. So
Okay.
maybe we can move forward, and if she comes back, I'll text her.
Okay. While we're waiting to see if Representative Cardone is coming back, are there any, she was the last legislator I had in the queue for questions to the department. Are there any other questions for the department before we move on to public comment? If so, please put your cursor down at the bottom of your screen and do your raised hand function. Okay, I don't see any, but if Representative Cardone comes back, we hope that that will work out. So, oh, there she is.
I am back.
Oh, good. The floor is yours.
I apologize. I seem to be having internet connectivity issues here. I think it may be the wind that's actually jostling the cables. Is Mr. Mann still on?
I'm here.
Yes.
I think she froze again.
Representative Cardone, I'm sorry, but we can't hear you again. So I guess what I would suggest is that you write down your questions so that we can make sure we capture them and get the information some other way.
All right. Can you hear me?
Not really. You're just barely. We can hear something, but I can't hear much content of what you're saying.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If Representative Cardone turns off her own video, that may actually help her with her audio.
Okay. Representative Cardone, you want to try that? Turn off your video and just try your audio. Unfortunately, I don't hear anything.
I think, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I've been texting with her, and I think we'll get her questions and we'll make sure they get answered. We have a couple more days with HHS. No doubt we can get them in.
Great. Okay. So that leads to the next part of the meeting where we'll be hearing from the public, and we'll be taking public testimony. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe. Eight or nine folks here to testify, and I'm going to take them in the order they appear on my screen. And so the first one will be Brenda Gallant, and then Donald Hardin, and then Jeff Austin. And Ms. Gallant, just hang on a second. I'm going to change you over to, oh, looks like maybe somebody already did that. Change you over to make you a panelist. There you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, committee members. My name is Brenda Gallant. I'm the long-term care ombudsman. First, we oppose the elimination of reimbursement for direct care days during bed hold days in nursing facilities, and we testified, you'll recall our testimony on the supplemental budget in opposition to this. We support the proposed funding included in the budget for nursing facilities. We believe it's important that some of these funds be tied to wage increases for staff in order to support the recruitment and retention of direct care staff as well as ancillary staff. In order to encourage recruitment and retention of staff, Maine nursing homes, as you probably know, serve residents with among the highest acuity in the country. Historically, we've had very high staffing levels, which has really promoted quality of care for residents. So it's important that we maintain staffing ratios to provide care for residents. This has become even more important. As you know, families have been separated from residents because of restrictions which were required as a result of the pandemic. Many nursing facilities have been forced to use staffing agencies, which has been much more expensive. I had an administrator tell me that it was $50 an hour for a CNA, $95 an hour for a nurse. Many staff will go to the staffing agencies because they can get higher wages through these agencies. Also, staff that work for larger providers that can provide higher benefits and wages will attract these staff. So in order to maintain staffing, it's really important that we invest in these workers. So staffing availability not only impacts quality of care, it also impacts access to care at the nursing home level. This has been a statewide issue as a result of the pandemic. Hospitals report that they've seen an increase in patients ready for discharge, where it took more than 30 days to get admission to a nursing facility, for example, for skilled care. The Ombudsman program also saw this in our experience. It also means that people in the community are having some barriers in terms of accessing this level of care. And we found this is true even when people are willing to go across the state. So really my point really is to say, I want to see as much as we can an investment in these direct care staff members in order to create access and assure quality of care. And to Representative Fay's point earlier, it's important as well that we invest in home care staff, both in Section 19, Section 63, because these programs also have issues around attracting staff. And I know there'll be other speakers behind me that will say there are many hours a week that go unstaffed and people are at risk in the community without sufficient staff. I also want to make the point that there is a waiting list of 796 individuals, older and disabled adults, that are in the community that qualify for the state-funded home-based care program. These are people that need home care services, and their income is above main care, and they're just waiting in the community without services. And I don't see any increase in the budget for this program. And I think it's important that if you have some extra funds that you find, that I think this would be a very good investment when people are in the community and they cannot access services. It really does place them at risk. We've seen people have to go into a facility when they have not been able to access care. So that in my 3 minutes, I didn't want to take up too much time, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gallant. Any questions from committee members, either HHS or appropriations for Ms. Gallant?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next we have Donald Harden, and I'm going to move him over, hang on just a second, over to panelist and ask him to turn on his mic. There he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Harden.
Good afternoon, Senators Breen and Claxton, Representatives Pierce and Meyer, and members of the committees. My name is Don Harden, and I'm presenting testimony on behalf of Catholic Charities Maine, an agency I've been affiliated with for over 41 years, most recently as Director of Aging Services. As one of Maine's largest community-based social services agencies, we provided help and hope to nearly 102,000 Mainers last year. Important part of our mission is providing services to older Mainers. That includes the Independent Support Services Program, more popularly known as the State Homemaker Program, a state-funded service funded under Section 69. The ISS program assists individuals who otherwise could not live independently with such things as housekeeping, laundry, meal preparation, grocery shopping, and transportation for errands and appointments. Last year, we served 2130 consumers in all 16 counties, and we continue to provide those services during the pandemic. And I put some details about the services provided under COVID in my written testimony. But we certainly celebrate both the resilience of our consumers and the courage and compassion of our direct care workers who are truly on the front line of essential health and human services during this time. I commend the governor on the biennial budget being presented, but also want to highlight what we see as missing. more initiatives to address the growing direct care worker crisis affecting access to essential services across the spectrum of human need. During 2019, I served on the Commission to study long-term care workforce issues. We released our report listing 29 recommendations in January of 2020. At that time, a report detailed unstaffed hours and wait lists for services and the demographics of a rapidly aging state, predicting that the mismatch between services needed and workers available will only become more acute. As I sit here a year later, it has gotten more acute. As a provider of homemaker services, we are facing the continuing and growing challenges of direct care worker shortages. We have people on our wait list and unstaffed list because we can't hire enough staff. At the end of January, we had an unstaffed list of 287 consumers and a wait list of 1,058. People that we just can't serve because we can't get the people. This will only get worse as our workforce age and demand for services increase. Consumers not able to access adequate in-home care are placed at risk and diminished quality of life, end up accessing local ER visits and hospital stays and placed in higher level, more expensive care unnecessarily, sometimes because their family members can't do it anymore at great public and personal cost. Homemaker services is the front end of the long-term continuum, the least expensive form of intervention. I also put some comments about the impact on the economy when family members can't access needed care. As a program, we've taken extraordinary steps to try to keep up with the forces making it difficult to compete for workforce within the limits of current reimbursement. When the commission report was released a year ago, it included recommendations that needed to be implemented immediately. These included increases in reimbursement necessary to increase wages for direct care workers to no less than 125% of the minimum wage, and to cover structural additions to provider costs that compete in provider budgets with necessary spending on recruitment and retention. There is an initiative to review rates of reimbursement, but rate review for long-term services and supports is not going to happen soon enough to address what is an immediate crisis. The urgency is now. I urge consideration of rate increases for essential LTSS services for this biennial budget. And at that, I thank you for all your services to Maine citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. We're really glad you could join us today. Are there any questions for Mr. Harden from any of the committee members? If there are, please go down to the bottom of your screen and press with your cursor and press the raise hand function. I am not seeing any, so I will ask Mr. Harden to sign off, or we're going to move you back over to attendance. And thank you very, very much. Next in the queue are Jeff Austin and Jess Maurer. It's either Maurer. So hang on, Mr. Austin. I'm going to move you over to panelist. And Jess Maurer will be next. There he is.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go right ahead.
Senators Breen and Claxton, Representatives Peirce and Meyer, members of the committees. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association. I'm here to express our opposition to two specific items that you heard today. Our opening statement on the biennial budget is similar to our opening statement on the supplemental, that overall it's a responsible, essentially flat status quo budget, but there are a few initiatives that are negative for hospitals. I've submitted 3 pages of written testimony. I hope you've received it. If not, I can resubmit. I went through the 100 pages of DHHS items in the biennial budget, and it looks to me like there are 235 separate initiatives. Most are ministerial, several are increases in spending, a few are actually no change. There are about a dozen what I would call policy initiatives out of 235 total. A dozen that cut third parties, A high number of those are impacting us, and I'd like to speak to you about two of them today. I won't revisit on page 2 the hospital financial condition. I testified to you on the supplemental budget and went through some of the hardships that hospitals like others have faced during the pandemic. Suffice it to say, our losses for the year are still in the hundreds of millions. The first cut I'd like to speak to you about is on page A264. It's the cut to outpatient reimbursement at hospitals for 340B drugs. This was in the governor's curtailment order, and it was also in the supplemental budget. This is a cut of $7 million per year to hospitals. By my best estimate, this is the largest policy cut in the entire DHHS budget. I've put into italics my testimony on the supplemental. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Health and Human Services Committee. During their review, they voted against this proposal. I believe it was unanimous. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of hospitals for that. I would like to note and remind you that sometimes the department describes things differently than we do. They often talk about the general fund savings to the state, which from this initiative is $2 million per year. But the loss to hospitals is $7 million per year because of the lost match from the federal government. I'm happy to go around the barn on what the 340B program is, whether this methodology change in fact has to be done. We disagree with the department over that. And we can go around the barn on the 340B program and what the methodology needs to be. Another alternative for you is to simply tell them, even if a methodology change is somehow required by CMS, CMS is not requiring the state to pocket the money. Any savings that materialize could be redirected back into hospital outpatient rates, which the DHHS rate study just showed. Hospital outpatient rates in Maine are below cost, below commercial rates, below Medicaid rates in other states. Page 3 of my testimony, the last page of my testimony, is on two components of essentially the same initiative. It's the hospital tax and match program. Part of it is on page 267. The other part is on 268. For those of you who don't know, the state of Maine imposes a tax on hospital revenues. The tax generates approximately $115 million, 115. It is a rather significant tax. A portion of that funding that the state receives is used to reimburse hospitals through what's called a supplemental payment system. It's also sometimes called match. The total amount of supplemental payments does not equal the total amount of tax. So at the end of the day, hospitals in Maine lose $23 million from this program. That's a little unusual nationally. Lots of states have these programs. They're called provider assessments. And in most states, the providers are held harmless. That's true for nursing homes in this state. They pay a tax, but all the money stays with them. The biennial budget proposes to increase the tax by $11.8 million. That's what's on page 267. A portion of that money is then used to increase supplemental payments by $11.3 million. That's on page 268. So you put those two together and you'll see a net loss of $500,000 for hospitals. Our request to you on this initiative is not to get rid of the tax increase, but to simply make the supplemental payment sufficient to cover the increase. I've given you a table where I think I've accurately described what's been proposed by DHHS and what our request is. For $150,000, you can make us whole and get rid of this $500,000 cut to hospitals. I'd be happy to explain either of those further. Please oppose these two cuts. Please carry forward the HHS recommendation on the supplemental and do not impose a $7 million cut to 340B and do not force us to endure a $500,000 loss on the tax and match program. We are still trying to understand some of the initiatives better. We don't know for sure, but there may be some other initiatives discussed today that we don't have the detail on that negatively impact hospitals. If we determine that through the course of work sessions, we will provide you something in writing along those lines. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I have a question. Mr. Austin, have there been negotiations between the hospitals and the administration and the department on the 340B? Have you had the benefit of trying to sit down and work it out?
We've had communications. It's more along the lines, when this was announced in September as part of the curtailment order, we were in immediate communications trying to figure out what they were going to do. And 340B, it's a federal program. It's very complicated. It's a very difficult program, but it's a great program in that it's the federal government requiring pharmaceutical companies to give certain providers a discount. It's a very successful program. Pharmaceutical companies don't like it and are attacking it in Washington, but it's a complicated program. And so we've had more, I'd say, discussions with them about what they are trying to do. Negotiations over not doing it, less so. We would like them to not do it. They're very good to us in terms of communications, but they have not signaled to us that they are going to reverse course. Our understanding is they may need to adopt some methodology, but we are not convinced that they have to adopt a methodology that produces a cut. Again, even if they do, you don't have to take the money. You can use the money to hold us harmless and put it back into outpatient rates, which are low.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Austin from either committee? Not seeing any. Oh, Representative Hymanson, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this, Mr. Austin. There's a history to all of these. Every session we've been talking about the provider tax and the 340B less so. That's kind of more new to me. Do you have a history? Can you remind me about the history of the provider tax? Because we did do something last session about something. If you could remind me, you don't have to do it now, but
sure.
We talk later. I can.
I think it's fairly quick and simple. The tax has been around since the 90s. It's changed a little bit over the years, but it is something that the federal government has allowed, but then regulated. Our program, we believe, is in compliance with federal law. The thing I think you might be thinking of, Representative Hymanson, I'm not sure, is 2 years ago when the hospital tax was rebased, the match did not equal the tax. You were on the HHS committee at the time. You voted to require that the match equal the tax. That did not happen ultimately with appropriations. They did not take your recommendation on that. So over the years, those little changes, this $500,000 here, it was, I think, $2 million 2 years ago. It adds up to now we're suffering a $23 million a year loss. I would love for you to reverse the loss in its entirety. Our request, I think, is more modest. Please don't add to that loss this year.
Okay, thank you. I'm in a different part of the sausage machine now.
Good luck.
Any other questions for Mr. Austin? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on now to Jess Maurer and then Katie Harris. And Ms. Maurer should be here, and I hope she's going to start by correcting the way I say her name. Here she is.
Here I am. Thank you. So, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Health and Human Services, my name is Jess Maurer, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Council on Aging. I am testifying in favor of LD 221, although we are urging amendments to this bill that would make significant investments in Maine's essential care workforce and address the existing anticipated wait list for critical services. As we share three important beliefs, we believe in a strong Maine economy, in the ability of Mainers to find solutions to difficult challenges, and also in the importance of justice. I wanted to start with justice and to ask you to please right the harm that is being done to thousands of older Mainers who are not getting the care they are eligible to receive, putting them and our economy at risk. Each week, 10,000 hours of approved care goes undelivered to older and disabled Mainers due to staffing shortages. Last week, 538 older Mainers, most of whom are nursing home eligible, have not received any staffing at all. There are, as you just heard, 1,000 people waiting to access the Homemaker program. 250 of their clients currently are without any staffing. Nearly 800 older people are waiting to access home and community support services. The wait list is now higher than the number of people being served. This fall, thousands of new Meals on Wheels recipients who qualify for the program will be told that they can no longer get the meals they're currently getting because funding has run out. We are also warehousing older people in hospitals because while there are empty beds in nursing homes and assisted living facilities due to staffing shortages. The 2020 Long-Term Supports and Services Scorecard ranks Maine 44th in the nation for affordability and accessibility. We're 47th regarding the cost of private pay nursing home care and 50th regarding the cost of private pay home care. In short, the cost of long-term supports and services in Maine exceeds the budgets of most Maine households. This isn't a problem with people not working hard enough or a family not stepping up. This is about Maine's workforce crisis, an undervalued segment of workers, and a historic lack of investment in low-cost interventions that support healthy aging. These are problems that no one individual can solve. Justice demands, however, that when we know people are going without the services that they're qualified to receive and need in order to live, we must act to correct the harm being caused. We live in a market-driven economy where government pays less than market rate for services that businesses that rely for when they pay less than market rate for services. This puts businesses that rely on government contracts at a competitive disadvantage. Currently, care providers are serving all of the people they can serve within the funding being provided. This means older people will simply go without care unless we increase funding for essential care workers. We also must bring equity into this conversation. The care workforce is dominated by women, often women of color and women who are new to this country, and they are historically underpaid for this work. Older people and people with disabilities and behavioral health challenges are often not valued as productive. Economists believe that a significant investment in our social infrastructure, in other words, the care economy, during a time of economic downturn and high unemployment has the potential to create thousands of good-paying quality jobs. And this is the sort of investment that also has the potential of narrowing the gender and racial pay gaps, addressing historic inequities, and expanding overall household income. Critically important, investing in lower cost, higher value care pays dividends. Meals on Wheels and in-home care increases health and decreases and reduces avoidable health care and facility care utilization, both the most expensive kinds of care we have. I'm asking you to work together to build an equitable and just budget that shows the innovative confidence we Mainers have in our ability to solve challenges. I have absolute faith in your ability, and I ask you to please, in consideration of these requested amendments, vote in favor of LD 221. And that's, I think, my 3 minutes, and I've provided a lot more testimony in writing.
Thank you, Ms. Maurer. Any questions for Ms. Maurer from the committee? Not seeing any. So thank you very, very much. Glad you could join us today. Next is going to be Katie Harris and then Lori Belden. And I'm moving Ms. Harris over to panelist.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, excellent. Senator Breen, Senator Claxton, Representative Peirce, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the committee. I am Katie Fulham Harris, and I am with Maine Health, and I am here to testify in support of portions of the budget and also with concerns around other portions of the budget. Maine Health is Maine's largest integrated healthcare system. We are a nonprofit, and we provide a full continuum of care services to the residents of 11 counties in Maine and 1 in New Hampshire. And I think importantly, during the pandemic, our hospitals and healthcare system has played a really vital role, both in providing treatment to individuals with COVID-19. We've treated about 62% of hospitalized patients statewide as of the end of January. Our full service lab, which is Nordex, has processed over 414,000 COVID tests, which has been key to keeping the pandemic under control. And over the last 2 months, and as part of our mission of working together so our communities are the healthiest in America, we have really engaged full on in setting up vaccination sites in each one of our local health service areas. And we will have the capacity to serve 25,000 people at those sites if we get enough vaccine to do so. And that will involve being staffed by 750 care team members every day to serve those sites. So really important. And we know that this is a difficult year for Maine by anyone's standards, for our nation. We appreciate the challenging environment in which the state finds itself, and with reduced revenues and uncertain times in the future. And we are supportive. I think the governor's budget really does attempt to walk a fine line in this uncertain economy, and in many respects it does so successfully. But as you heard from Mr. Austin, it contains cuts to the healthcare system that we can ill afford. And at this juncture, we are estimating that the net impact of the pandemic will be about $175 million for Maine Health, and that's in the negative. And I say net because it's net of the provider relief funds that we've received from the federal government, as well as some limited funds from the state. So that is a significant hit. I'm not going to repeat the issues that Mr. Austin raised related to the 340B program. It is a tremendously important program for Maine Health, and any reductions to that program are hugely problematic for us. The impact, as he noted, is really about $2 million in annual savings to the state, but nearly $7 million for Maine's hospitals. I do want to mention that the budget also proposes to develop a preferred drug list, which I heard you mention earlier when in questions to Mr. Mann. And that actually is an additional problem for us, in that if MaineCare is collecting the rebates for those drugs, it will then disallow hospitals' ability to carve them in at the 340B rates, and the cost savings will go to the state rather than hospitals. So once again, that's just another example of a cut to hospitals that we think is unnecessary that's included in the budget. On the tax and match side, currently, the tax for Maine Health is about $6 million. The proposed change in the budget adds an incremental $5 million to Maine Health's liability. And so we fully support Mr. Austin's suggestion that if we're to participate in this program, it is only reasonable that the state provide a match that is at least equivalent to the tax at the state level. On the bed hold days issue, that it's hugely important to us. Right now, the payments ensure that nursing facilities hold beds open for patients when they're admitted to the hospital, so that when they're ready for discharge, they can go home, essentially. They can go back to their nursing facility, which is their home. And right now, this was an issue preceding COVID, and it's been exacerbated by the pandemic. On any given day right now, we have about 50 patients stuck at Maine Medical Center awaiting discharge to a SNF or a NIF. So if this payment is eliminated, it's really going to serve to exacerbate that problem even further we have real concerns there. And then I just wanted to note a population health payment that is a small line item, but it's something that we wanted to call attention to. The budget proposes to collapse, I would say, several different existing primary care incentive programs, including health homes, primary care case management, and to collapse them into a population health payment program. Maine Health is a strong provider and advocate for primary care, and we're intrigued by the proposal, but we really hope that the department actually works with us to develop a population health incentive model that's successful for patients as well as providers. So would ask for your support in requesting that the department actually reach out to us and work collaboratively to create such a program. So I appreciate your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions and look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any questions from the committee members for Ms. Harris? Not seeing any, either electronic hands or otherwise. So Ms. Harris, thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to move on to Lori Belden and then Lisa Harvey McPherson. So Lori Belden, hang on tight. I'm going to move you over to become a panelist. And then we'll go to Lisa Harvey McPherson.
Good afternoon.
Here she is.
Hi. Sorry, the pause threw me off a little bit.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Senator Breen, Senator Peirce and Representative Meyer. My name is Lori Belden, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. We're a membership organization representing home care, home health care, and hospice providers across the state. I really do appreciate this opportunity to respond to the budget proposal. In-home care ranges from short-term physician-directed care, which allows your loved ones to recover from an illness or injury at home rather than a hospital or skilled nursing facility, as well as to longer-term services with skilled nursing and ventilator care to personal care such as bathing, dressing, and housekeeping. For many years, reimbursement rates have failed to cover the costs of providing care, and our providers have struggled not only to deliver uninterrupted quality care in the home, but also to simply keep their doors open, as we saw last year with the closing of Home Care for Maine. We did see some relief last year with direct care worker rates increasing for several main care sections, but there are outstanding issues that remain and need to be addressed in order for providers to continue to provide statewide home care services. The increase passed in last year's supplemental budget and put into place by the administration on April 1st, 2020, covered several types of direct care workers, including personal support specialists, home health aides, and certified nursing assistants. But it is important to note that RN and LPN rates were not increased as we had anticipated. And I do appreciate the thorough review we just had about the budget and those legislators who asked for clarification, because it became very obvious that I have to add cost of living to my to-do list to advocate, because our providers don't see those increases on a regular basis, either with rebasing or cost of living, which again puts us at a great disadvantage. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated longstanding rate challenges and workforce shortages in home care and hospice sector. In response to the pandemic, our home care and hospice services, I believe, have been exceptional, and the care our members have provided has kept countless people out of acute care hospitals and nursing facilities. In fact, throughout the pandemic, our home health care nurses and staff have cared for thousands of individuals with COVID at home, far more than the number of COVID patients that have been hospitalized. In fact, just last week, our home care providers self-reported that they are caring for over 200 people safely in the home. About a little over 150 are COVID positive, and about 50 or so are presumed are under investigation for being with COVID. So we are doing, I think, a great job keeping people safe in their home while still receiving complex care. We are aware of the department's ongoing comprehensive rate evaluation, and we did participate in the stakeholder engagement portion of the evaluation process. We are heartened by the department's wants to tackle the issue by finding long-term solutions, but our providers need additional support now. There are going to be many patients that go without needed care, as Jess Maurer has spoken earlier about, and many provider agencies will struggle to keep their doors open if we have to wait another 1 or 2 years to adjust these rates. As you consider the biennial budget proposal, we want to call your attention to the need to increase RN and LPN rates for main care section 19, main care section 96, and chapter 5, the ODES policy manual section 63. During the 127th legislature, Representative Ellie Espling was a champion of ours and worked on issues to increase home care rates. The original intent of her legislation was to increase nursing rates along with other direct care workers. However, the RN and LPN increases were never implemented by the Department of Health and Human Services. The RN and LPN reimbursement rates have therefore fallen well behind where they should be to retain needed staffing levels during a time of acute nursing workforce shortage. We are pleased to see that Main Care Interim Rate Study report recommends that rates align with main care rates when applicable. This is our request for Section 40 home care program. Main Care has a per visit rate that applies to all home care services provided in the Main Care Section 40 program, the nursing, therapy, social work, and home care aides. We look forward to working with all of you on this specific rate request, as well as the issue of RN and LPN rate increase. We'd like to thank the members of this committee and the Health and Human Services Committee for your work you have done in recent years to address the inadequate rates across main care services. We understand the challenges you face in determining the best way to address the crisis level issues, while also striving to find long-term solutions to ensure adequate care across a spectrum of services. Thank you as you consider care provided by home care, home health care, and hospice providers as you tackle these challenging issues.
Thank you, Ms. Belden.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Belden from any of the committee members? I am not seeing any. So thank you. Really glad you could join us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Lisa Harvey McPherson and then Wanda Pelkey. So hang on one moment and we will have Lisa Harvey McPherson join us. And there she is. Welcome.
There. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Breen and Senator Claxton, Representative Peirce and Representative Meyer. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to specific budget items on behalf of Northern Light Health. I won't repeat what my great and esteemed colleagues, Jeff Austin and Katie Fulham-Harris, have testified to, but I will supplement the comments that they've shared with additional information. First, I want to remind everyone of my supplemental budget testimony regarding both the honor that we have to care for Maine's population in our hospitals, our home care programs, our hospice and our nursing homes, as we work together to care for Maine citizens during the COVID pandemic. And we are undertaking the largest public health initiative ever stood up by Northern Light Health, establishing COVID-19 vaccine clinics from Portland, Maine to Presque Isle. And we are very proud of that work. But COVID has had a financial impact. And as I shared with you last month, for fiscal year 20 that ended this fall, despite receiving $88 million in CARES public health funding for hospitals, we ended our fiscal year with an $82.6 million loss. And the financial impact continues to this very day. I'm going to begin with a comment on the hospital tax. It's important to understand that the tax impact and the match impact is different for every hospital. The tax may be higher at one hospital and lower at another, and the match may fully offset the tax at one hospital, but leave another hospital with a net loss when they pay the tax and have the offsetting match. For Northern Light Health, when we add up all the pluses and minuses of the budget proposal, we will experience a tax increase, not offset by the match, of $643,000. And so I echo the previous testimony. If you are going to increase that tax, and we understand that that's an important revenue source, fully offset that match for us. I want to thank the Health and Human Services Committee for their thoughtful discussion regarding the 340B cut in the supplemental budget and the unanimous recommendation to move that cut out of the supplemental budget. It's important to understand, while the discount comes from the pharmaceutical manufacturers, not every hospital is eligible. You need to be a hospital serving a vulnerable population. That's a critical access hospital. It's a rural hospital. It's a larger hospital that has a high disproportionate share of Medicaid patients and Medicare SSI disability patients. For Northern Light Health, the 340B cut is just under $2 million. It's a significant cut for us. And we do respectfully disagree with Ben that there is a federal mandate that the state must implement this payment reduction. Northern Light Health met with national representatives from the Alliance for 340B, and they provided us with documentation from the Center for Medicare and Medicare Services specific to the states on this very issue of, do states need to pay at the acquisition costs for drugs purchased in the 340B program and administered by hospital-based providers in the outpatient setting? And the answer is no. And so I put specific reference to this document in my testimony. It's a public document. It's available online, and I'm glad to provide that document at the work session. I also want to thank the committee for moving out of the supplemental budget recommendations, cut to nursing facility bed hold days. On any given day, we have patients living in the hospital for extended periods for a variety of reasons. But we are particularly challenged before the pandemic and today with finding enough nursing home beds for certain patients with certain special needs. The nursing facility becomes the individual's facility-based home, and to penalize them with loss of their home and force them to live in an environment that is not only inappropriate to meet their needs once they're clinically eligible for discharge, but COVID today presents a distinct challenge for having anyone in a hospital bed that shouldn't be there. And I also want to speak with concern on behalf of rural pharmacies. Northern Light does have a pharmacy, and the cut in the budget doesn't impact us to the extent that it will impact rural pharmacies, but it wasn't that long ago that rural pharmacies were closing. And this budget eliminates the pharmacy incentive payment program and decreases the main care drug dispensing fee. That will disproportionately impact rural pharmacies that have a higher volume of main care patients because they don't have the commercial insurance patients to offset the impact of that cut. Northern Light has concern about access to pharmaceuticals in rural communities. We want to make sure that when our patients return home, that they have access to the medications that they need in their local communities. And we are concerned about the impact of that cut. I do want to share with you, tomorrow you'll hear from Acadia Hospital. Acadia Hospital is disproportionately impacted by a cut of $1.9 million on their outpatient behavioral health services. And you'll hear from Dr. Campbell, our Chief Medical Officer, about that tomorrow. But I mentioned that today because for Northern Light Health as a system, in this budget document, we are looking at a total cut of $4.4 million at a time where we have historic losses unlike anything that we have ever experienced. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Really appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee members for Ms. McPherson? Not seeing any.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And the last person I have today is Wanda Pelkey. And I have two different slots on my attendee list. So I'm gonna hopefully get this right. Just bear with us. I might have to try a couple times to get her over to be a panelist. So hopefully she will be joining us. Oh, there she is.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, first of all, before we do begin, and I hope you can see me okay here, my name is Nadine Grosso, and I am with the Maine Healthcare Association. And probably a reason for the confusion is that I have been asked to read in the testimony today of Wanda Pelkey. And so I guess I would ask permission, because I'm sure that the email address and the name don't match. So if it pleases both committees, would that be okay?
Sure. And just Ms. Pelkey is with, say that again.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read her testimony. Great. So it's clear. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committees. My name is Wanda Pelkey, and I'm the board chair for the Maine Healthcare Association, and I'm also the chief financial officer for First Atlantic Healthcare, a Maine-based company caring for approximately 1,500 residents in 20 nursing homes and residential care facilities throughout Maine. Like so many others today, I think at this point we generally have mixed feelings now about the budget. There are certainly things that we are very appreciative of, including the nursing facility cost of living adjustments, as well as the rebasing, all of which is required by statute. I think we heard from Mr. Mann that the COLAs for the PNMIs are also included, and if that's the case, we're certainly grateful for that. One point I do want to make is that we ask that you ensure that the budget continues the supplemental wage allowance. This was an allowance that was provided specifically for nursing facilities and residential care facilities last year, and it was enacted to cover minimum wage rates that were also enacted a year ago. Stripping out the SWA now would certainly be unaffordable for our homes. Direct care staff shortages are pressuring labor rates more than I've ever seen in my 30 years of this work. I also disagree with eliminating the funding for bed hold payments for the same reasons provided during supplemental budget testimony, as well as the reasons that you've heard here today. And also just want to take this opportunity to thank members of the Health and Human Services Committee for their unanimous opposition to this cut. This funding payment is very important for all of the reasons that you've heard today. Beyond this feedback, I would like to see the establishment of a temporary relief funding program to support our homes through the COVID-19 pandemic. And here is why I believe it's necessary. For nursing facilities, direct relief from the CARES Act program is mostly exhausted. In our 20 homes, 2/3 have fully used the monies for their intended purpose, and for the moment, more federal funding is uncertain. PPP loans were unavailable to our company because as a group, we exceeded the maximum 250 employee test. Many of our peers also didn't qualify. COVID-related staffing costs are exorbitant. You've heard a lot about the staffing challenges today. Many more hours are necessary to combat COVID-19 and follow regulatory guidance. Worker scarcity, incentive pay, greater use of agency workers, all contributes to increased staffing costs. Many workers have simply left their jobs, fearing the risk of exposure to them and their families. And maybe these factors will subside months from now, but today the need is real. And the costs of PPE, COVID testing ongoing, and sanitation supplies are also excessive. And last but not least, lost revenues are a huge problem. As you've also heard from others today, our occupancy rates are currently at an all-time low, averaging about 70%. This is 20% less than normal due to a variety of factors: limited admissions during outbreaks, quarantining suspected cases, staffing shortages, one of the key ones, and of course, customer fears. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of community referrals, folks wanting to come into our facilities. And simply put, COVID has greatly disrupted the normal admission process. To fund such a temporary relief program, I ask whether monies are available from the following sources. We have unused temporary rate increases that are currently being recouped by DHHS, continuation of the CARES Act enhanced FMAP rates through 2021, and the estimated $25 million unspent from the Maine Healthcare Provider Relief Grant Program. This was a grant program that was made available to nursing facilities and hospitals in December of last year with a very tight turnaround time, a fairly complicated application process. And we understand of the 30 million or so that was offered, we believe only around $5 million $5 million in grant funds were actually awarded. So in closing, I would support the same terms and conditions used by the Federal CARES Act program for eligible COVID-related costs and lost revenues in any kind of similar state program. I'm also open to further discussion, if there's another reimbursement mechanism that's more appropriate to carry out the intent of such a relief program, certainly open to talking about that. I just would ask that we would do that sooner rather than later. And I think the final thing I just want to add is that on behalf of the First Atlantic facilities, all of the staff, the residents and the families, thank you for sticking with us during this really difficult time. This is certainly unlike anything we've ever seen, and it's been a really hard year. So we're really appreciative of the folks that we have affiliated with our company and our organizations. Thank you. Apologize that Wanda couldn't be here today, and she thanks you for your time and service.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hymanson, go ahead.
This is for the work session. I wonder if we could have some information about the provider relief program.
Sure.
Maybe from our staff too would be great.
You get that from the administration.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't have a question, but I believe Rick Erb thought he was in our attendee list under Wanda as well. And so we're trying to fix that. Or
Okay.
are you aware of that?
Yes.
Oh, you're on
Can
mute,
you hear me now?
Senator.
There's some people who are pretending to be Wanda Pelkey today.
Yeah, wow.
And we even work together, so that's so scary.
I don't know.
Mr. Erb.
Okay. Would you like me to proceed now?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Rick Erb. I'm the president and CEO of the Maine Healthcare Association. I'm not Wanda. I am not chair of the board. Anyway, we certainly appreciate the difficulty of assembling a budget in such a difficult year, but cannot support LD 221 as we do not feel that it meets the needs of long-term care facilities. At the outset, I want to reiterate our objection to the discontinuation of bed hold payments to nursing homes. We had addressed this issue in the supplemental budget as well. We appreciated the recommendation that came from the HHS committee to eliminate that cut. I also appreciate the comments today from Katie Fulham Harris and Lisa Harvey McPherson and their support for bed hold payments. State statutes require an annual cost of living adjustment for nursing homes and Appendix C PMIs, as well as a rebasing of nursing home expenses every other year. We had had some difficulty in trying to confirm if those requirements were fully funded. Some of Ben Mann's testimony today, I think, did address that. I would ask if there are any questions left on whether those increases are funded, that they be addressed at a work session. A year ago, none of us expected that a newly reported virus would have such a profound effect on our long-term care facilities, their staff, and their residents. While early concerns centered on a potential surge in hospital admissions, it soon became clear that the underlying healthcare needs of elderly residents living in congregate settings would trigger a looming crisis. Maine's long-term care facilities have performed admirably under difficult circumstances, but this has come at a cost. Last April, MHCA approached the Department of Health and Human Services with our best estimate of the cost to protect our residents and staff going forward. DHHS promptly approved temporary rate increases for facilities with the understanding that the rates would be reviewed and possibly adjusted in June. We were surprised and disappointed to see that the rates were eliminated in June. with the exception of payments to facilities in the midst of an actual outbreak. The main care rates would no longer reflect the ongoing cost to keep the virus out of our buildings. What we didn't know at that time was that the worst was yet to come. Although along with the rest of Maine, we saw the number of COVID cases surge in the latter half of 2020, where 16 facilities saw an outbreak of 3 or more cases from April through June. 100 saw an outbreak from July through January. During this period, Maine providers saw a dramatic increase in the cost of labor as workers became harder to find and agency rates became subject to bidding wars. PPE use skyrocketed and prices rose due to boosted demand. Staff and resident testing increased, partially paid for by the state, but not entirely. At the same time, facility revenues dropped as occupancy rates fell by an average of 15%. Earlier in the pandemic, some federal funds went directly to these facilities, and this became critical to their financial survival. But the frequency and amounts of these payments have dwindled at the very time that Maine was dealing with the surge. Our long-term care providers need your help now. Maine's temporary increases were allowed to lapse, even though demands on our facilities and staff were accelerating. I would ask the committee to respond to our needs by reinstating a rate increase to offset increased costs and lost revenue. Many other states have provided support in the 10% range to rates. In Maine's case, we operate on a cost-settle basis, meaning that any unused COVID funds would likely be recovered by the state. This initiative could be funded with in several ways. One, the enhanced FMAP rate Maine is receiving that was discussed earlier. Two, recirculated temporary rate increase funds that were recovered from providers in 2020. Or three, almost $25 million in funding that appears to have gone unspent from the Maine Healthcare Provider Relief Grant Program. This last source comes from a program that was hastily administered in December. At the time, we were all under the impression that the federal government would require all funds to be spent by December 31st, 2020. It is my understanding that this deadline has now been extended. The fragile state of long-term care became fully evident during the pandemic. Despite hopeful signs from vaccination, we are not through this yet. I want to especially recognize the people who work in the facilities. This effort has come at a personal cost to them, and they deserve our gratitude. The state needs to be certain that current obligations are maintained and that federal relief funds find their way to those on the front lines of the pandemic. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Erb. I have a quick question about the temporary rate increase and what you heard from the department about whether it could be reinstated. I mean, as you know, we were not in session, from March until January. There are a number of service providers around the state that experience that temporary rate increase for any number of folks they serve. And I wonder what you heard back about why it ended when it ended and it wasn't ramped up again as COVID cases were ramped up again. Can you share that with us if you feel comfortable?
I can try. I mean, I really think the department will have to speak for themselves on this. We did our best to estimate what costs would be, came in with a proposal. I believe that it was used in some ways as a model for other types of providers. To my knowledge, they were all discontinued in June, so we were not singled out in that respect. At the time, my understanding was that it was a budget decision. It was a resource decision. That was the answer that I got, but they really would have to speak for themselves further.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Erb? Okay. Then I think that concludes the public testimony. Representative Peirce, would you mind helping me move Mr. Erb back over to the attendee panel?
I believe it just happened.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I was worried if I moved one Wanda, all the Wandas would leave.
I understand. I appreciate your attention to detail. So we have finished with the public hearing and the public testimony. We are still live and on YouTube. And so I just wanted to check in with committee members. We have our analysts here to see if there are any questions or need any clarifications about what we will be doing tomorrow. We're going to move what was supposed to be happening yesterday to tomorrow morning. And then, so we'll have more HHS related testimony tomorrow. And just grabbing my schedule. So tomorrow we're going to hear about what was scheduled for yesterday, which is Department Administration, Social Services, and Public Health and Public Assistance in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we will be hearing about Children's Services, Developmental Disabilities, Substance Use Disorder, Adult Mental Health, and Brain Injury programs. So with that in mind, are there any questions? Anyone need anything for tomorrow? I'm not seeing any. So if there is any, feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email. Otherwise, I would like Representative Millett and Senator Davis to stay on just for a second. And then I will say to other folks, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
This meeting's adjourned.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.